Oh. Being a few minutes late, but it is 9:06 on February the 11th, and we are here at the Doña County Board of County Commissioner Chambers. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First up is we do have a invocation by Chaplain Rudy Castro from Amber Care Hospice. Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Again, my name is Rudy Castro. I'm here for this morning's invocation. If you can please bow your heads for a prayer, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you with humble and tranquil hearts, grateful for another day of life, as well as another opportunity to do your will. Lord, I pray that you provide these county commissioners with the wisdom, knowledge, intelligence, strength, and courage they need to lead Doña County in the proper direction. We also pray you bless them with the discernment to make the proper decisions they face today, as well as the unity between all parties to make the right decisions for the people of this county. Father, in the Gospel of John, chapter 13, verses 4 and 5, you provided us a perfect example of selfless service. When you washed your disciples' feet, Father God, you also wrote in the Gospel of Matthew, for even the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve others and to give his life as a ransom for many. In the same way, bless these commissioners with the spirit of selfless service and servitude. Remove all uncertainty or confusion from these chambers and bless these leaders with a clear path to overcome any obstacles or strongholds that might be in their way. And finally, Lord, I pray for a hedge of protection over the county commissioners, their families, as well as the residents of Doña County, protecting them from any and all types of attacks or harm. Allow them to carry out their duties with courage and humilities. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. We do have Clarissa Chacon, our National Honor Society from Arrowhead Early College High School. If you want to come on up and lead us in the pledge, and if you are all able to stand, please do. Welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for that. Next up, we do have roll call and determination of quorum. Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Chavarro?
She's here, but she had to step away for a quick moment.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Here. We do have quorum. Moving on, the commission convenes as a Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Okay, he stepped away for a moment as well. Do we have any changes to the agenda this morning?
Chair, no, I do not believe so.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
yes, pull item 10, please. Or excuse me, item 11, sorry.
Item number 11. So under approvals, we're going to pull item number 11, out-of-state travel for Commissioner Reynolds to attend a conference in Taiwan. Any other changes to the agenda today? Seeing none. Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. We do have items number 1 through 4. Commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gameros. Any discussion on the consent agenda today? Seeing none, Brandy, take it away, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion passes. And if you want to go ahead with that, ma'am.
Brandy, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to get those resolution numbers here in just a second.
Thank you so much for that, Brandy.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
I'm sorry. Brandy, I wasn't very loud about my yes, but yet I voted yes. I was kind
She
of
gotcha.
I didn't finish saying the words, so I want to make sure it's clear.
Okay.
Thank
You got him. Thank you. Commissioner Chapato is present as of 9:11. Thank you.
Okay, and those resolution numbers is going to be item number 2, resolution number 2025-23, and item number 3, resolution number 2025-24.
Thank you, Brandy. Moving on the commission. We have employee recognition where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir, here to help guide us on this today. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and members of our audience. We have 3 employees that we're recognizing today. Our first employee is Erica Garay. She has been with Doña County for 10 years. She started in Health and Human Services and is currently in the Human Resources Department. Our second employee, also with 10 years, is Naisha Mendez. She is the Supervisor of Residential Appraisal in the Assessor's Office. And last but not least is Mr. Willie Benegas. He is an equipment operator in the Roads Department, also with 10 years of service. So if you see our team, please thank them and congratulate them on their 10 years of service.
Awesome. Thank you, Deb. Next up, Okay, next we have proclamations, and we have 2 today. The first one is to proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Chapato and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Do we have anyone here to accept the proclamation? Come on up to the podium while we get going. And Mr. Andrews, if you would like to read the proclamation to get us started. Or whoever's,
Sure. Hey, team. Jonathan, Stephen, are you going to cover that item?
Of course.
You want to go ahead?
wonderful. We're going to read the proclamation, then we'll get you going.
Whereas we joined the county in celebrating Black History Month to honor Black people in our community and the vast contributions they have made and continue to embed in our community's cultural, economic, and social makeup. And whereas this year we highlight the story of a family in our own community that formed the first and largest Black homestead in the state near Roswell. In 1903, 13 African Americans, including Francis Boyer's parents, Frank and Ella Boyer, formed Blackdom. And whereas Francis Boyer and Louise Thompson Boyer lived at that homestead and had 12 children, they built a 2-room house, a chicken coop, corral, and cultivated 20 acres of land. Boyer joined the U.S. Army and fought in World War I. Francis, his parents, and 4 of his brothers moved to Vado in the 1920s and hoped to create another Black city. And whereas for years, schools, churches, and businesses in Vado were mostly owned by Black people before families began moving away. As recently as 1977, Francis still farmed, operated a small garage, and helped keep the town's water supply running. Francis L. Boyer, 95, died in Vado in 1991. And whereas today we honor and welcome Mitch Boyer as a representative of his groundbreaking ancestors and celebrate their leadership and valuable contributions to our community. Mr. Boyer continues to be an active member of our community and strives to emulate the elder Boyer's example as a civil rights activist. Now, therefore, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 to be Black History Month in Doña County.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Boyer, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Good morning.
I received this proclamation with humility and honor of my grandfather and his legacy. I recently moved back to the Vado area to continue his legacy and building our community. Initially, it was an all-Black community, but now it's a multicultural community, and we're continued to grow. I continue to commit to his dream of building a community. I thank you for the recognition and the honor for being able to receive this award on behalf of my grandfather and a lot of Blacks in our county. I asked Bobby Green, she's the president of course everybody knows her, of the NAACP, in honor because my grandfather founded the first NAACP in Las Cruces. And we're continuing that and continue to be involved in the community, and I like to see that we need to be more involved with what's going on, not only in our political system, but our social system as well. And again, I thank you, and I just wanted to give her an opportunity to say a word or two.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Shaljo Hernandez, Chair Reynolds, Chair Sanchez, Chair Chaparro, Gameros, and County Manager Andrews. Thank you for the recognition of Black History Month. It is not lost on me that the political landscape right now is not recognizing Black History Month. They're trying to eliminate it, but they cannot eliminate the history. The history will not change even if we don't talk about it. The history is still there. And so I am very grateful for the Boyer family. I've known them since I was a child. My parents and their parents were friends even before I was born. My mother attended that one-room school in Vado. And I got to go there, and it is now a community center. So it's very special to me to be able to stand with him. I stand on the shoulders of Francis Boyer, who founded the NAACP. And without his work, my work wouldn't be possible today. So I am grateful. I'm proud of Doña County for the recognition. I know that you did not have to do it. It would have been easy for you not to do it, given the landscape, but you are always a supporter, a partner, and I'm so grateful and so proud of you, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. Just to footnote, our family is probably still obviously one of the largest in the state and maybe the United States, but we're over 300 strong, his offspring at this point. Wow. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments? We'll get a picture. We're going to do comment first, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer, for coming and sharing the history of their family and of Vado with us here in Doña County. And Dr. Green, as always, I know your words speak volumes, and exactly, I really love the fact that you highlighted that it feels like right now that people want to not recognize or erase history. And it's so easy to do because it's convenient. Sometimes our history is mixed. It's not always, the nicest thing that we need to hear, but we need to learn our history. We need to know how the many peoples contributed. And I know, as we've seen so often, that minorities, people of color, and Black innovators don't receive their due until recent years, as we're starting to recognize that. And as we see, as you mentioned, the national landscape, that we hope that we will not lose this history. And people shouldn't be afraid to hear it, because otherwise, without history and us learning it, we're doomed to repeat the errors of our past. So thank you so much, Dr. Green, for bringing that up. And I think you'll always find a ready partner here in Doña County. We want to recognize that. And so every time we're here, thank you for your words and inspiring us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mitch, Bobby, Howard, thank you so much for showing us how it is to stand and with words so eloquent, but to do so with respect and dignity, and never forgetting that we are all human beings and that we must treat each other with respect. And you show us how to do that by your presence here every time. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Susanna.
Commissioners, any other comment? I'll wrap it up then. Bobby, it is always a pleasure to have you. Howard, you as well. Mr. Boyer, I just want to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you for educating us on the rich history of your family as well as Vado. And I have to say, I feel like you showed up as soon as I got elected and haven't gone away, and I appreciate you for that. I mean, honestly, it's always great to have a member of the community that communicates outward to not only myself, but the county and constituents and community. And I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for continuing the traditions of your family and shedding light on the needs of Vado and your home. And I appreciate that. So I just want to say it's always great to see you. Bobby, I feel like I've seen you so much the last 30 days, and I appreciate that always. So congratulations. And I'll ask if any members of the public want to give any comment on this proclamation today. Yes, come on up. We do have one.
Good morning. My name is Corey Stonefielder. I'm a resident of District 5 in Commissioner Sanchez's district. I'm also a county employee, but I'm speaking as myself today. It's been a while since I've shared my thoughts at this podium, so I come today with a heavy heart. Black history is American history that people in power want us to forget, and we cannot let that happen. It's not up to politicians to decide what we can learn. If you Google Black historians, only 42 names will appear. Let that sink in. In the age of technology, information is at your fingertips. Whether it's accurate or not is another story, but it's up to each of us to research and not regurgitate. After watching the halftime performance on Sunday, I dug deep into the hidden messages that most people weren't expecting and quite frankly didn't want to understand. In my own research, I came across an essay by Danny Speaks that resonated with me, and I'd like to share some of it with you today. If any of us in this room were born in the slavery era, would we be brave enough to be a Harriet Tubman? Would we have risked everything, led people to freedom, and defied the system? Or would we have done what so many had to do, kept our heads down, played by the rules, and just tried to survive? We've all been conditioned to perform, to follow the rules, and to distract rather than to disrupt. They want us to believe that we are each other's enemies, keep us in survival mode, keep us chasing approval in a system that was never designed for most of us to win. When you sit with the hard truth, are you just playing the game? It's easy to stay in our lane, keep our heads down, and do what's expected. But what if our purpose is bigger than that? Harriet didn't ask for permission. She didn't just survive. She cleared a path for others. And now I'm thinking about all the spaces that I show up in, the work that I do, the people that I can influence. Am I making a difference, or am I just performing? I don't have the answer to that, but I know this. We all have a stage. It may not be a Super Bowl performance, but it's there. It's in our work, it's in our communities, and it's in our conversations. The real question is, what are we going to do with it? So I thank you for passing this proclamation today. It's very important to me. Thank you.
Wonderful. Now we can do a picture. Do you all want to come up? Mitch, do you want to come up here and do you want to ask your wife to come up too? Yeah, come on.
Mr. Chair, do we have to take a vote? Huh? Vote?
Oh, yeah, Brandy. Take it away, girl.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations and welcome for the picture.
I'm short enough I can get under. I put my hat on, sometimes I can't either.
Next up, we do have item number 6 under proclamations, which is to proclaim February 16th through February 22nd as National Engineers Week in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Vice Chair Chaparro. Is there anyone here to receive the proclamation today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have Eric Montgomery from El Paso Electric. And then also we have Fernando Vasquez, Angel Anchondo, and David Franco, who are all engineers from El Paso Electric joining us this morning.
Awesome.
So before I'll introduce you guys and then we'll get going. So the National Society of Professional Engineers, E-Week, as they call it, is more than a week-long event. It's a year-round commitment to making the difference through ingenuity, creativity, and having fun applying math, science, and the skills and concepts associated with them. E-Week helps us highlight the importance of pursuing knowledge and careers in the vast field of engineering. And throughout the first quarter, the NSPE or NSP hosts programs on topics like engaging kids in engineering, future city competition, and Girl Day. Girl Day is a growing movement to inspire girls' future career aspirations so they learn to have a place in the engineering world and to help improve our world. I encourage my daughters every day to learn math and science and help them explore in many ways in which engineers help make our lives better and our communities stronger. Everyone can participate in some way. We can add our voice to the conversation about the needs for engineers, technicians, and technologists. Help engage students and young people in your life in engineering, and to celebrate the engineers we know. Here with El Paso Electric joining us, who is an important partner in our community, they currently employ 123 engineers in their workforce. And they're also obviously very much a part of our community. We see the ways in which they can help us both when we're affected by a weather event or help us make our day-to-day lives work for us. From the lights that reliably go on every day when you flip the switch to the future with a more sustainable energy sources. I did want to add that I know, in addition, as an engineer myself, and I know we have a couple more on the dais, I think this is one of the things that I find very close to my heart, particularly those as we continue to try to get more minorities and women in the STEM fields. And so, as I mentioned, my daughters, it's exciting to see them as they grow up in the schools, participate in robotics, doing some of the STEM classes, taking the school districts. And I can only speak for LCPS, but I know Gadsden, Hatch Valley Public Schools as well, do a lot to try to encourage them, expose students, to let them know that these careers exist. And we have some amazing institutions here in the local area with New Mexico State, UTEP, DACC, where you can pursue those dreams. So with that, I'd like to welcome our friends from El Paso Electric. Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, County Commissioners, Happy New Year. Good to see you all. I'm not an engineer by trade, but I think the reason Jennifer, who chose to sit in the back, asked me to be here today is because one of the things that we're focused on as a company is growth of our region, and growth does not happen without the engineers like the three gentlemen standing behind me. These are the people that are finding the solutions for industry that is looking at our region, needing to expand. And when they talk to us about, do you have available capacity? Can you design a system for us to have operations here? These are the lifesavers when it comes to that jobs boat. And so I just want to stand here and say thank you to them. Thank you to the other 120 engineers that we have on staff. And certainly thank you to all engineers in any industry. You all are very much appreciated. And I'll turn it over to Angel to put some polish on my words.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I am Ankel Anchondo, an engineer proudly representing El Paso Electric. I extend my gratitude to the Doña County Commissioners for the recognition of National Engineering Week. With a special thank you to County Manager Scott Andrews for bringing forth this proclamation. At El Paso Electric, we are privileged to have a team of dedicated engineers who live and work in our community and serve a pivotal role in providing energy to our community. I'm here representing the distribution design team based here in Las Cruces. What we do as distribution engineers is design and integrate electrical infrastructure to provide service to new tracts of land. And we are just a small part of the company that helps supply and maintain the Rio Grande Valley area with electricity. Together, we are committed to powering progress and shaping a brighter future for Doña County and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Okay, with that being said, Mr. Macias, do you want to read the proclamation for us, please?
Of course, Chair. And with that being said, we also recognize and honor the engineers that we work alongside in our own ranks here at the county as well. Many of our own are probably in the field except for one hydrological specialty that we have today, but thank you for your efforts as well. Whereas National Engineers Week, or E-Week, was founded in 1951 by the National Society of Professional Engineers and is dedicated to ensuring a diverse and well-educated future engineering workforce by increasing understanding of and interest in engineering and technology careers. And whereas engineers face the major technological challenges of our time, from rebuilding towns devastated by natural disasters, cleaning up the environment and assuring safe, clean, and efficient sources of energy, to designing information systems that will speed our country into the future. And whereas E-Week is now a coalition of more than 70 engineering, education, and cultural societies, and more than 50 corporations and government agencies, dedicated to raising public awareness of engineers' contributions to quality of life. E-Week promotes recognition of the importance of a technological education and a high level of math, science, and technology literacy. And whereas each year, E-Week reaches thousands of schools, businesses, and community groups across the nation, including our own regional engineering provider, El Paso Electric. EPE serves more than 460,000 customers and understands the crucial role engineers play every day in transforming our energy landscape. With more than 123 engineers in their 101,000 strong workforce, EPE celebrates all engineers in our region who work to make a difference for our communities and collaborate to foster the development of the next generation of successful engineers. And whereas, in partnership with our team members, EPE engineers are designing the future that will enable electrification, more renewable energy, and a brighter energy future for everybody. Now, therefore, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim the week of February 16th to February 22nd, 2025 as National Engineers Week in Doña County.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment today? Any commission comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I did, as Mr. Macias pointed out, and I was remiss to not include the many talented engineers that we also have working for the county. Many, I would say, that the public don't get to see because they do the work behind the things that they get to see across the county, whether it's flood control, roads, sidewalks, lighting, our wastewater treatment. I mean, the list goes on. And these are people that are talented and amazing. And thank you for everything they do here at the county, serving the people of Doña County. So I wanted to include that. And then one other little piece for those that may have students or maybe interested in looking at engineering. I did want to put a plug out that both UTEP and NMSU do have programs associated with Engineers Week. Just go on, you can do a search under Engineers Week with the university. It'll tell you that they're both doing programs to highlight for their own students, but also for high school and upcoming students that if they're interested in engineering, they will have events through the week of February 18th through the 22nd. So just want to put that out there. Like I said, there'll be a lot going on in our community. But again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our El Paso Electric and to all the engineers we have working for Doña County.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Let's get this photo.
Come a little bit. Beautiful. Thank you. May I get a couple as well, please? Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we do have public comment. If any member of the public would like to address the commission, now would be that time. If your subject is about a future agenda item, if you will please keep your comments until that agenda item. If not, come on up. There's a white binder to your left. If you will please sign your name and address the commission, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair. My name is Diane Starbuck Roboto. I was surprised at the last meeting when there was a vote taken to change the agenda, as it is the chair's privilege to do. I had looked at the agenda in advance and saw no direct mention of changing the beginning of the meetings with regard to the invocation. When the approval section of the meeting came to item number 13, I realized what was being approved. I feel it was sort of my fault for not realizing that I should have looked at the agenda packet, all 391 pages. And there it was on page 350 titled Executive Summary. It has proposed changes, removal of the pet showcase, reordering of staff input, but invocation was not listed. However, in listing the order of business, section D, page 352, there are 4 items in red. My item of interest, the moment of silence, is in red next to the word invocation. I'm not sure what that meant. I was confused as to what was voted on in regards to invocation, moment of silence. It is apparent that not all the commissioners understood. Commissioner Sanchez said he wanted to revisit the issue later. And the chair said that it was done because we were having issues and taking their lead from the city. The city clearly states a moment of silence in every meeting, so the county commission is not taking their lead. Several constituents have been asking for years to please follow the New Mexico State Constitution in regards to separation of church and state. If I had known this was going to be voted on, I would have been here to ask questions, but I feel I was not given the opportunity. Perhaps it was not the chair's intent, and I do appreciate the inclusion of a moment of silence. However, I feel the entire process was not transparent. I was also recently made aware of Resolution 2018-25, a resolution adopting a prayer policy for meetings of the Board of County Commission for Doña County. While I feel this ordinance does go against the New Mexico state policy, I was surprised when it allowed for a moment of silence. So we have been able to do this since 2018. But when I called to sign up, I was told if I was in a clergy, I couldn't speak. I think that issue has been rectified, and you'll hear more about this. Thank you for your time.
Commissioners, Chair, my name is Jim Wilcox. I'm here because I'm kind of concerned what's happening with the county and maintaining a separation of church and state. I watched a 2023 video where I was astounded at some of the comments from the public who clearly don't understand our history. This is from the Center for American Progress with some editing. We have been told by locals that the American founding fathers established the country under Christian doctrine, that we are a Christian nation and should operate accordingly. This notion is wrong. Only one of the 56 founding fathers was a member of the clergy. James Madison objected to chaplains opening the proceedings of Congress with a prayer. Sounds familiar. The genius of the founding fathers is that they understood that Christianity could not only stand on its own, but would thrive without being written into the laws and founding documents. The founding fathers, Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, and Monroe, believed in reason over religious dogma. In 1785, the Commonwealth of Virginia was considering passage of a bill establishing a provision for teachers of the Christian religion. In response, Madison presented 15 reasons why government should not support any religion. In his first term as president, Thomas Jefferson said, "Believing with you that religion is a matter in which lies solely between a man and his God," he said that their legislators should make no law respecting and establishing religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. I'm worried that's going to be violated. In the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the United States and Tripoli, George Washington explicitly stated, "The government of the United States is not in any sense founded on Christian religion." If the founding fathers intended to include Jesus, the Bible, or any other particular aspects of the Christian faith in the founding of our nation, they would have expressly done so. However, the two references to religion that are in the Constitution contain exclusionary language. The First Amendment says Congress should make no law respecting the establishment of religion. And in Article 6, Section 3, no religious test should be recognized as a qualification for any office or public trust under the United States. The founding fathers had no intention to found the country according to Christian doctrines. Such wording as "in God we trust" and "one nation under God" were added to money and the Pledge of Allegiance respectively in response to the communist threat of the mid-50s. Rather than listening to those who distort history and suggest government profess their particular faith because it is more American, we should instead be working together on a shared spiritual vision to empower the poor and marginalized, heal the planet, bring relief to those who suffer, and bring peace to our precious world. Thank you.
Sir, if you can please sign the binder to your left. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, guests. I'm Dr. Martin Boyd. I'm a U.S. Army Special Forces veteran. Because of that, I want to address this a different way. When I joined the Army voluntarily, I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I believe that right now, looking at the way this country is going, the biggest enemy of this country is Christian nationalism. I'm not talking about Christianity per se. I'm talking about those people who feel a need to control everybody else due to their narrow, bigoted, sexist point of view and basically create a whole new underclass, okay? I firmly believe that what we will see if we continue to have invocations is a growing Christian nationalist set of invocations that are offensive, disruptive, and unconstitutional. I think the only way forward is to basically go to moment of silence, as the city did, specifically addressed to those who protect and serve us. Thank you for your time and attention.
Any other public comment? Hello, welcome.
My name is Jane Ash. Good morning, honorable commissioners all. I would like to make 4 very brief comments this morning. First, I am aware that the Open Meetings Act requires that all policy decisions that you vote on must be made in a meeting of the commission that is open to the public. However, as I understand, that act does not require commission members to allow comment from the public. So I truly thank you for choosing to engage in this practice, which fosters democracy, where you listen respectfully to public comment, even though it is not always offered in a respectful manner. Next, I ask, as a resident of this county, that when you make policy that you consider 2 principles. First, that in making policy relative to the participation of residents in meetings, that you practice the policy of freedom of speech without favor to any one group or class of residents. And second, that your policy practices ensure equal treatment without exception to all residents. So I reiterate, freedom of speech without favor, equality of treatment without exception. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all that you do to make our county a better place to live for all residents.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Robato. The United States Constitution's First Amendment ensures the separation of church and state, which prohibits the government from establishing an official religion or favoring one over others. Opening a government meeting with a prayer could be seen as promoting a particular religious belief, which violates the principles of neutrality in government matters. Government meetings are meant to serve all citizens, regardless of their religious or non-religious beliefs. The U.S. is a religiously diverse country with people holding a wide range of beliefs, including various faiths and no religious beliefs at all. A prayer at the beginning of a government meeting can alienate citizens who don't share the same faith or practice any religion. This exclusion can create an uncomfortable environment for people who may feel their beliefs or lack of beliefs are not respected. Government meetings should be inclusive spaces where all people feel welcomed and valued. The purpose of government meetings is to conduct public business, discussing policies, laws, budgets, and community issues that affect everyone. Starting a meeting with a prayer diverts focus from the practical matters at hand and may create an unnecessary distraction. It is essential that government meetings remain focused on the business of governance, not religious activities. While some might argue that individuals can choose whether to participate in the prayer, in a government setting, this may be implicit pressure to conform. People attending the meeting may feel they have to participate in the prayer in order to gain approval or avoid being seen as disrespectful, which can lead to feelings of coercion. In a government context, there should be no expectations for participation in religious practices, and a prayer at the start of the meeting may create that pressure. There are many ways to begin a government meeting, with a moment of reflection or pause that is not tied to religion. A moment of silence or a call for collective mindfulness can allow everyone in the room, regardless of beliefs, to center themselves before the meeting. This maintains a neutral, inclusive approach while respecting the importance of reflection or focus without the need for a religious ritual. In conclusion, opening a government meeting with a prayer can undermine the principles of secularism, alienate people of diverse beliefs, and create potential legal and ethical issues. It is important that government proceedings shall remain neutral and inclusive to serve all citizens fairly and equally. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chairman Chaparro, or Vice Chair Chaparro, Chairman, let the record reflect that Susanna Chaparro has walked out of the meeting. Is walking out. Thank you. I want to bring an unconstitutional resolution to your attention. Resolution 2018-25, passed on March 27th, 2018, sets forth a prayer policy for the Commission. The resolution is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional at least two respects. One, it favors constituents of faith over those who profess no faith. The resolution states, this commission serves constituents of all faiths. In 2018, when the resolution passed, it was well known that many constituents professed no religious faith at all. The invocation is of no service to them. This clause does not even acknowledge their existence. The New Mexico Constitution forbids this commission from favoring one religious group over another, even the religious over the non-religious, as this resolution does. The resolution is unconstitutional in a second respect. The specified method for selecting those who offer the invocation, the specified method for selecting those who offer the invocation is indisputably biased towards clergy and clerics. The problem arises from the assumption that clergy pray better than anyone else. You don't want a bunch of poor dumb slobs and average individuals without the title of reverend giving an invocation at these assemblies. Nonetheless, the selection process should be based on legal status, not social status. The principle here is equity under law, which means that you can't give people legal status based on their social status. A hairdresser has legal status if he or she is a licensed cosmetologist. They earn that distinction by fulfilling legal requirements. Their legal status allows them to operate as hairdressers. In contrast, pastors, imams, shamans, rabbis, popes, and so-called holy men have no legal status. They deserve no recognition by this county that is not available to anyone else. It's obvious that this resolution gives preference to them in scheduling them for the invocation. That is wrong. You must repeal this law. It is unconstitutional, and you have an obligation to defend the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mark Veith, District 1. My father was in a black regiment in World War II, and he had nothing but good things to say about his men. Nothing but good things to say about his men. I'm sure at the time that he was assigned to that unit, he thought, what did I do to get this assignment? But when he came away from that, a better man, because he worked with men that, black men that worked and had good integrity. So on the political side of things, Woodrow Wilson took every single black hero and removed them from the history, from the Revolutionary War, from the Civil War and all that. And he was not a Republican. He was a Ku Klux Klan guy. So politics is just, it goes both ways. So what I have here is a letter from Mr. Benjamin Franklin. He is addressing the Continental Congress, and they have spent 4 to 5 weeks of fooling around trying to get things done. He says here, I'm going to highlight some of this because I can't read it all. Proof of the imperfection of human understanding, because they can't get things done. This assembly groping as if it were in the dark to find political truth. Once thought of humbly applying to the Father of lights, he's talking about God, to illuminate our understanding. When we were sensible of danger, and he's talking about during the revolution, we had daily prayer in this room for divine protection. Our prayers, sir, were heard and were graciously answered. Superintending province is a favor, and we now have forgotten that powerful friend. I have lived, sir, a long time. The longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, it is probable that an empire cannot rise without his aid. We have been assured, sir, in a sacred writings that except the Lord build the house they labor in vain that built it. I firmly believe this, and I also believe that without this concurring aid, we shall succeed in this political building no better than the builders of Babel. He closes with, I therefore beg leave to move, that henceforth prayer imploring the assistance of heaven and its blessings on this deliberation, this assembly every morning before we proceed to business, and that one or more of the clergy of the city be requested to officiate that service. Thank you. This was divine.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Woods. I'm a relatively new member of Las Cruces. I've been to about 3 of these meetings. And I'd like to, first I'll say, the thing about Benjamin Franklin has been disputed. It has not been proven. Leave it there. I've been to these meetings, and there is one person here that can't sit through the whole meeting because of somebody's opinion that she doesn't like. If you can't represent the people that elected you, I don't think you belong here. There is no reason for you to get up and walk out. Just fiddle with your papers. You don't have to listen to them. That is so rude and so not necessary that it bothers me every time I come here. And I don't know if there's laws that say, oh, you can get up and walk out if you don't like who's talking. I don't think it's right. And I think you're being very dishonest. I don't think you're doing your job, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Surprised to see you here as always. My name is Michael Simmons, District 1. Yeah, let me roll through some thoughts I had while sitting in the audience. So we've got a group that claims democracy, but they come to the representatives of democracy, so it is Republic that's representing us. They also disregard that the majority are Christians in this nation. So if we're a democracy, things of the majority typically reign, but we do have minority rules and whatnot. That's fine. They claim reason, disregard evidence that there is a supernatural. They admit to imperfect knowledge, but claim perfect knowledge that there is no God. They claim persecution for non-belief, but wish to remove Christian traditions. They claim the founders were against religion, but ignore the actions they took. These are long-standing traditions. They go to the very founding of the nation. If the founders were so against many of these things, they often spoke against them in some cases, as they have done, but the traditions remain. Again, if you're going to say we're a democracy, democracy overcame many of those things, and we have long-standing traditions. They claim that only a few founders were ministers. You go through many of the writings, and even though they may not be ordained ministers, they went to the Harvards, the Yales that were biblical schools at the time. That was what they were founded for the distribution of Christianity amongst the people in education. And we are all ministers of God at some level. Even those that reject their purpose, they still serve a purpose. Of what use is reason without wisdom? And what use is reason without a reason to live? God provides all. He gives us purpose. He gives us wisdom. He gives us reason itself. And I would say it is wise to appeal to something greater than man in order to produce something greater than man. And that is what we wish to do with government, is to have something greater than ourselves. And I thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I saw everyone sign the book that spoke, so if you didn't sign the book, I'd appreciate it if you would come and sign it for us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, moving on to commission input. If any commissioners would like to give any input? Seeing none, we'll move on to...
Mr. Chair? Yes, I'm still looking for my notes. Yes, I would like to say something.
Okay.
Thank
you. Huh? It's at the end now.
In reviewing the document that that was quoted as part of the discussion, I did notice in resolution number 2018-25 that it does say that the clergy are supposed to be the ones that present. There's one section, though, that does specifically state that someone who's not a clergy does have the opportunity to speak. So if someone did, as I think someone mentioned, they did ask to be able to give an invocation or some sort of discussion at the first of the meeting, and they weren't allowed to, I apologize. Because the statute, the resolution that was passed in 2018 does state that non-clergy may speak if they choose to. The other thing that I thought was interesting about it when I read it is that, yes, anyone who wants to may get up and leave the meeting during the invocation, and the invocation is supposed to be limited to 3 minutes. I think sometimes they've exceeded that. So I think we need to revisit this to make sure that we are following the resolution as it's stated. And then the last thing I'd like to say is I think anyone that's at least on this panel and this board has the right to get up and leave the meeting pretty much anytime they want to. We're not obligated to be here for all the comments and all the discussion. So just as for your understanding is we can all get up and leave if there's an area that we want to be in. It may seem like a problem. I apologize if it does, but don't expect to hold us to being in these seats the whole 4, 5, or 8 hours that we have to be in here without getting up and taking a break of some sort. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Any other public comment or commission input? Seeing none.
Commissioner Reynolds, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I did just want to give just a quick notice for those that may be watching and for those here publicly. We'll be having a couple of meetings coming up. Tomorrow, we will be at the Radium Springs Community Center on Lindbeck Road in Radium Springs at 11 a.m. And then next Wednesday, which is the 19th, we'll be in Garfield, in another part of the county, at Garfield Elementary, beginning at 6 p.m. So if you can join us, if you know of anybody else that is interested, that live in those areas, please let them know that they're more than welcome to come. We'll be having several of our departments joining us, and then also, so that way, hopefully, we can raise some of the issues, any concerns that they may have in their community. And so, like I said, we'll be doing these communities this month, and then follow on in March. We'll look at setting up in probably Doña and maybe another one of the other communities. So we'll work on getting those out once we have them planned. But again, Radium Springs tomorrow, the 12th during the day, and then February 19th next Wednesday evening in Garfield. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just pointing out that I do have my office hours the third Monday of every month. Since this Monday is going to be President's Day, I'll move it to Tuesday, so just an FYI. But yeah, that's all I have. Anything else, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to county elected official input.
Good morning, Chair Salja Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Gameros, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Chief Deputy Mr. Ruben Reyes. We'd like to come to the commission meetings and inform the public on what our office is doing, as our office is a constant. We don't have like a big highlight and then it's over. For us, it's all year long. So currently, our appraisal department is busy setting values of properties for NOVs, which are scheduled to go out on April the 1st. Our appraisal department is also verifying sales. Our front office is busy working on receiving business personal property forms, which are due February the 28th, as well as working on the veteran exemption forms, valuation freeze forms, along with any questions that customers may come in and have.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Managers. How are you? We're also working, we have a GIS department in our office, and we're doing a flyover of the county. It started back in November. We're using Eagle View Connect. They're about 70% complete on flying the entire populated county. Also, we've gone from a 3-inch resolution down to a 1-inch resolution, which gives us a much clearer picture of what the properties look like. Hopefully, we'll have this done here soon so we can post it and people can access this and see for themselves what it does. Also, we are implementing Change Finder. What this does, it gives us a history of our parcels back to 2011 when we started pictometry or Eagle Connect till now. So if you want to see what your property looked like back in 2011, you can bring it up and then compare it to today, 2025, in the same screen. So, and you can do this for each consecutive year back to 2011 when we started this program. Also, we also have a deeds and title department for the transfers of property. This past month of January, we got 1,932 documents coming into our office to process. That's just the 1 month of the beginning of this year. So there is growth out there. There is transferring of property going on, and it's giving us a constant. We're trying to make this up with not only our aerial and oblique imagery, but also with boots on the ground. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ortiz.
And we wanted to go ahead and end on, the voters did vote in November on amendments 1 and 2, which are the veteran exemptions, going from 4,000 to 10,000, as well as now adding a percentage of an exemption for the veterans. This is still currently in legislation. Even as of yesterday, they did have some committee meetings that we, as an assessors affiliate, meeting all 33 assessors in the state of New Mexico, we are following these very closely because these will make a big impact on the whole state of New Mexico, especially a lot of the smaller counties. And last but not least, we'd like to let the customers and taxpayers of Doña County, if you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We have a lot of customers that will come in and say, well, how come you didn't tell me? Well, there's so many people out there. You have to do your due diligence and reach out to us. We don't know the answer. We will find the answer, but we are here to serve. Please don't hesitate to reach out. We are about fair and equitable. And once again, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have a comment.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Assessor and Mr. Reyes, I'd like to thank you because I call on you every week, pretty much. I'm getting a lot of questions from veterans, from people with livestock, and I was thinking if perhaps the county could partner with the assessor's office to maybe do a presentation for the public and answer questions. And I'm so grateful that you all are taking my calls yesterday evening at 8:30, Mr. Reyes. I really appreciate that. But maybe doing a class of sorts on transfers of property, what is the appropriate way to do it? If there's just so many questions I've gotten in the last few months that it might do a bit of good so that we inform the public instead of bothering you all at 8:30 at night. So thanks again.
Vice Chair Chaparro and commissioners, like you just said that you can reach out. I would hope that any of the other commissioners, should you have a constituent or a taxpayer that has any questions, reach out. We are available to take your call. Vice Chair Chaparro has reached out on many customer questions, and we are glad to help. So any of the other commissioners, please feel free to reach out. That's what we are there for. In fact, we just had a conversation with the new treasurer-elect, Marisol Richardson, in reference to that we would like to do some more community outreach and educate the public, as well as the assessors affiliate, the whole state of New Mexico. We as an assessors affiliate are working on videos, pamphlets, something that we can share with the taxpayers because there are a lot of people that do not know. And they're afraid to ask or embarrassed to ask or whatever the situation may be. So we are trying to do more community outreach to educate the public. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I had a quick question. I was looking at some property in my district yesterday, and I noticed that the image appeared that the property wasn't what it looked like on the paper. Are you guys going to use your imaging in order to compare the 2011 property and what has changed, and then compare that to the records to see if you've captured everything? Okay.
Yes, Commissioner, that's the reason and the purpose of flying the county at a 1-inch resolution so we can get a better accurate picture, but also if we need to send our appraisers out there to reflect what's on the property and reflect our parcel lines, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, the image also looked like there was somebody's property looked like it turned it into a dump. And are you guys reporting that to community development?
Well, that is up to the appraiser. We go out there and value what's there, and if there is something that is in violation, we do inform community development. However, if we can't get into the property and we look at it, we do make note of it, but as far as reporting the violations, it's on a case-by-case scenario.
So if we can actually get to a 1-inch resolution on the property and we can determine that there's a violation, we still can't act on it without getting on the property?
Well, that would be up to community development. Like I said, our office does the assessment part of it, and the violation will make note of. Depending on that, we really don't know the by statutes or ordinances that community development does. So we do refer them from time to time. For example, if you have a manufactured home that's abandoned, yeah, we'll definitely let community development know so they can go out and look at it.
I think it's important if we have this kind of resolution that we actually use the tool for all the departments and all the people to benefit, because I mean, you all may not know this, but I mean, a lot of my constituents are actually pointing out to me that we have potential violations in the county with dumping sites that are not legal.
And
If we have imaging that can show that, then that would help to support their efforts in trying to get access to those properties as well, I think.
yes, sir. And as soon as we finish this flyover, we are planning to get the company to come do a presentation for the municipalities and the different departments in the county, including the sheriff's office, so that way they can see what we have to offer. Along the lines of Ms. Chaparro saying, more community outreach. So we will get these, hopefully, like I said, we'll be done by March with a flyover, and then it takes another 2 to 3 weeks to process everything and get everything up and ready. And since it is a web-based program, we'll be able to offer it more to the different departments and municipalities throughout the county.
If you can think of any legislation we need to pass, help us formulate it. If you can think of any legislation we need to pass so that we can cooperatively work together with these tools, and let us know.
Definitely, definitely.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, staff input?
Morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Have a few items today. I'll be relatively brief. I'm going to bring John Gwen up, then Jamie Michael, and then Mr. Macias has a couple topics, and I'll round us out after that. We'll keep it brief for you and turn it over to John. Thank you, John.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Saljo Hernandez. Basically, I wanted to go over something very quickly. We have some pretty exciting news for some developments that we've been working on for years. The first being all the work that we've done for La Union. Everyone knows how much flooding has happened in La Union over all the years. And so before you is a map of the projects that we have scheduled and planned. There are lots of projects here, and all of them are in some stage of development. And so I won't go into a lot of detail because I promised I would keep this brief, but essentially we're starting our very first project, which is the Pond B that you see in the middle of the screen. That project starts construction in March, first week of March. All the contracts are completed, the purchase orders are in place, permits are in place, designs are done. It's moving forward. The Pond A is in design phase currently, and it will be finished with design in the summer. And we have funding for these projects, by the way. We have a little over $10 million worth of funding that we've accrued over the years. The purple lines is redevelopment of the streets within the community, and we have funding for that as well. That's in design. It'll be completed in the fall, and we'll be looking at starting construction towards the end of the calendar year. The Mendez Pond is a project that design is complete, all the permits are complete. We're just waiting for FEMA funding, which I think we passed the final hurdle a couple of weeks ago. And so we expect it to be starting sometime, hopefully by summertime or so. Interestingly enough, the Pond B, it will be functional before monsoon season. So we'll be able to actually take some of the relief that pond brings from that dam be above it right away before this next monsoon season. And basically that pond, here's what it looks like. It's a massive pond. It collects all the water from that dam B and holds it. And eventually the next phase of it will be a pipeline that takes it down past the community. So that's the next phase of that project. And that's really all I have. I just wanted to lay it out for you and show you what's going on. We do have projects throughout the county, so if you would like updates on other projects, please let me know. We can either get into the details or leave it very, very broad brush. Stand for questions.
Thank you very much, John. Does the commission have any questions? Any commissioners have questions? Sounds like a great project. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Three brief updates for you. First, Senate Bill 45, which is the legislation that is going to broaden the allowable uses for the county's healthcare assistance or indigent funds, passed the first committee on Friday. Many of the legislators, rightfully so, were asking questions about county support, and because New Mexico counties did not take a position on this legislation, I think it's important for the legislators to hear from local government. The next stop will be the Tax, Business, and Transportation Committee in the Senate, and then it'll move over to the other side. So if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to reach out to our local legislators and just let them know that it's not mandatory and that it will allow us more flexibility to use our funds. Second, I wanted to give you another update on the Crisis Triage Center. Things are still moving in a very positive direction. As of this morning, they were at 97 guest admissions. Yes. So watch for some nice social media shareables when we reach our 100 guests. We'll celebrate that. 28 of those 97 were in the first 11 days of February. So we are seeing the utilization trend up. We have participation from Las Cruces Police Department and the Sheriff's Department, and they've also successfully received and admitted several people on an involuntary status. So all is going well with utilization. They are fully staffed. They continue to work with the state and the Medicaid organizations to get those applications, credentialing, and contracts completed. They also moved very quickly, Summit as an organization moved very quickly for the Joint Commission accreditation, and they submitted their application to Joint Commission yesterday. And then lastly, we do have a new director for the Crisis Triage Center, and he and hopefully one of the regional folks will be here the first meeting in March. We are going to get a formal presentation for the Crisis Triage Center on your agenda, so you'll be able to meet Tom and ask questions and get a more in-depth update. And then the second meeting in March, we also have a presentation scheduled with Adelante, the folks that provide senior meals. So those are two upcoming presentations for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes.
I had just a couple questions for Ms. Michael. Well, I don't know so much questions, well, one question then a comment. So I know, as you mentioned, particularly around the bill, would there, in addition to us reaching out individually with our legislators, would it all make sense? I know mechanically speaking, having to go through the process, we would have to wait 2 weeks for our next board meeting, but would it all make sense for us to do any type of resolution to support any of the current legislation that is coming through that we can then send up as a resolution that we can send and blast to the members of respective committees or boards, as well as other legislators?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I think because Senate Bill 45 directly and almost exclusively impacts counties, that is probably a good idea. I might suggest working with the lobbyist to see if the timing has value. Okay. But yeah, hearing from local government, especially for that legislation, I think in any way can be helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Andrews, I'd like to, if there is, however we can interact as the BOCC, whether that's individually or as, making, resolution in support of some of these, I think we're open, at least I'm open to having that on the agenda, because I think it's important that we continue to find ways to amplify our voices in Santa Fe. The other question or comment, and I think this was tied to some work that the chairman had done last year, and I had mentioned this. I think we had some conversations where I would love to see and understand better is, how do we continue? I mean, that's part of the presentation in March, but how do we continue to work with the different agencies and members of the community to get the utilization of the CTC up, as well as looking at MRVDA and how they direct calls either to 988, or if there's a way that either our fire and emergency services and DASO can better coordinate and even probably hand over to the CTC. I don't, like I said, I don't have an answer, but I would love to figure out how do we continue to find ways to connect people with the services. I'm excited and encouraged with the people that are continuing to use the CTC, but maybe we can find a way or continue that discussion to continue figuring out how we continue to improve and get better with getting more people connected. So.
Thank you. And I did forget one thing. Staff shared with me some of the analytics from Google, from the CTC's website. And just in the month of January, 228 people, or the website was visited 228 times. The profile was viewed 871 times. And I think what's really important is 37 people sought directions to the Crisis Triage Center during that time. So there is a lot of interest, but your point about targeted outreach continues, and we will continue to come up with some ideas, and I will ask them to share those with you when they present. So targeted outreach to behavioral health providers, other law enforcement agencies. I agree, that needs to be ongoing.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. I think, like I said, having those discussions was very promising. I know there's a lot of people that at the time when we were having the discussions, the CTC had been closed, and so they were very, and they were anticipating that opening back up. But like I said, I'm excited. I'm continuing to have this excitement for what the CTC can bring and how we can continue to provide behavioral health services to our community. So
yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when you first mentioned the engineer bill you want us to follow, what was the number? I think I wrote it down wrong.
Senate Bill 45.
Okay, I put a 1.
It's Steinborn.
Okay, I put a 1 in front of it instead of 45. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. I'll just add a little bit more to that as we look at what's going on with our government relations approach in terms of our advocacy with the 60-day legislative session. So as you all know, we have the 2-month session going on. It is projected to end March 22nd. We will also be seeing how things shake out here in about the next week or so in terms of the bills that we continue to track and that will actually be solidified and be continued to be heard in the House and the Senate. So that's something that we'll definitely look at and collectively see how we can share with our lobbyists, as well as for community engagement, as well as commissioner support. The second item to that is that we have been invited to consider taking part in kind of a ramp down of the session, and we're working in conjunction with County Manager Andrews to see how we can best approach that. That is projected for convening on March 11th, if I'm not mistaken, and that'll be our opportunity to kind of bring things in for a landing with our legislators. And now on to a couple of other pertinent updates. We have received, this is one that's near and dear to me and is one of our strategic initiatives that was previously requested by a commissioner now some 5 years ago, but we are making good on our activation of our electric vehicle charging network throughout the county. As you all may remember, we worked in coordination with our stakeholders, not only at the regional level, but also at the state level in conjunction with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, as well as our local utility provider of El Paso Electric. We recently were able to continue working with them to pair the 2 that we have outside here at the Government Center. What that means in practicality is that now they can output double the amount of energy in order to allow those that are traveling through our community or depend on these for their mobility to reach up to 125 kilowatts of input on their battery. Still not the fastest on the market, but it's plenty fast for those that are traveling through our community. We also had a series of chargers, at least at the Anthony station that was down by the Dasso substation, that went offline, but it has now been back up after a 1-week hiatus, and we continue to monitor those because it's not only our constituents that depend on those, but also our own staff members that are utilizing the electric vehicles that we've invested in for the long term. And just a big thank you for those of you that don't drive electric. You can always go to elpasoelectric.com/EV to see more about how, if you are a New Mexico native, you can get some of the subsidies for installing a charger at your own home. And also what this means in practicality is that if you do drive an EV, try to utilize that option that's different on all vehicles in terms of warm up your battery, condition your battery for charge, and that'll allow you to take advantage of the new optimized speeds. And lastly, I wanted to provide an update that just came into me from our Jetport manager, As of noon today, we will be reopening all of our taxiways as well as our runways. As a completion of our $20 million investment in that portfolio, we will have a 24-day waiting period for the curing on at least one of our taxiways, but otherwise the call-out will be going out that we will be reopening up our runway that went under for fortification and expansion now almost about, gosh, a year ago. So here we are delivering on our promises. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions, board?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I'm excited on sharing the news on the Chargers. Just a small note and a little bit of a brag that I think outside of the Tesla Chargers, which just happen to be up the road here on Motel Boulevard, which is kind of a nice corridor for EV users traveling through the area. But outside of that, I believe these are the fastest CCS chargers, fast chargers here in Las Cruces, and I would dare say even, I'm not even sure if the Electrify Americas are probably pretty close to that in the Deming and Lordsburg area. But it definitely puts us on a scale where people don't have to wait as long to charge their vehicles. And just as another point of reference, if you go to Socorro, which many people have done, I think if you have an EV, they do not have this ability, and at times it can be very slow. So people will tend to try to drive on past them and go try to push to their next community. And the reason I say that is because as we see tourism, just like a gas station, when people need to fill up, just like an EV needs to charge up, they will go to where the cheapest site, the best that'll pump, the best performance, et cetera, where they'll have the least amount of time waiting. And so this kind of continues to put it on the map to allow us here to showcase Doña County, bring in people to be able to frequent some of the local businesses, should they be around to grab something to eat, to get some snacks, et cetera. So, but thank you so much for the efforts. I'm excited to see this in practice, and then also having seen some of the reviews of actual people, because I know yesterday evening as I passed by, I did see people, someone utilizing the chargers, and seeing the reviews reflect that they're seeing the increased speed is kind of nice. So thank you so much.
Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, forgive my ignorance about this because I don't have an electric vehicle, but now we keep a vehicle plugged in here all the time, it appears. Is that correct or not?
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, our preference is that you don't, and this is a great educational opportunity for the community. These are considered fast chargers, which means that they help you get your battery from whatever state of charge that it's at to about 80% and allow you to go on to the next fast charging station to increase your mobility throughout our community. So our preference for these is that you use them for the period that you need. Normally that takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get to that state of charge and then move on to your next destination, because our goal is to allow them to be operational and open for the next person that might be in need of that top off. Very similar to like a gas station. We wouldn't sit and let the fueling station nozzle be in the car when you're done. You would move on when it was your turn.
Yeah, but the vehicle that we've had out front here for a year or so being charged doesn't seem to be moved far from the charger. Has it got another space most of the time? Is that the idea?
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, great point. We have to make the distinction that these chargers featured here are our fast chargers, otherwise known as DC chargers. The AC charger next door under the solar canopy is completely off grid, and that one is typically stowed there after the jetport manager comes back from their round trip to the jetport. And that one does trickle charge overnight and then waits for the solar to kick up the next morning. And that is also available to the public for use when they're here at the commission meeting, but it's not as quick as what these outputs are.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking the public would probably be asking the same questions about which charger to use and which ones are available. So,
Yes.
So I think it's important to get the message, so thank you.
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, we will continue to do that. We've done outreach to some of our government community partners such as NASA and White Sands when I've helped them develop some of their station design. And Anita in our PIO's office is quick to remind me that we need to do the same. So we will have a series of educational opportunities that we'll make sure we push out through our social media and other channels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple quick updates, Chair, if I may. just want to have everyone look ahead a little bit and mark your calendars. So our next work session will be on March 4th, and 2 of those topics we'll be discussing. One of them came up today, illegal dumping, so we'll have that on the agenda, as well as a project overview. I've listened to some of your feedback and just want to revisit some of these big projects with each of you and make sure we're all on the same page as a team as well. And as we move forward to April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, that's going to be our retreat. You've maybe heard me mention that in the past. So that's going to be our workshop, our training, and our ability to dig into some of these key topics that we don't have a lot of time and look forward many years in advance. And then as we look out to May 6th will be our State of the County. So it'll be taking place in this room. It's been probably about a decade since the last one, so it's been a while for us. So this year we'll start a little humbly. We won't be renting out any buildings or have bald eagles flying down on each shoulder or anything like that. It'll just be taking place in this room, and just going to make sure we set the stage for the year ahead, talk about our strategic plans, our big initiatives as a team, and make sure we're being transparent with the community. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Okay, moving on, we do have 2 presentations today. The first one is the presentation by Tool Design in Bohan, Houston, with an update on the Safe Streets for All. Do we have a motion? Oh, it's a presentation, never mind. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner, our Chair and Commissioners. Jonathan Macias again, Assistant County Manager. I have the pleasure today of introducing Mr. Aaron Sussman, as well as his team that are out in the rotunda seeking public input for this important topic that we speak about today in terms of road safety in our community. As a reminder, and just kind of to take us back, this was previously a federally competitive grant that was gone after in coordination with our grant support of Insight Network, and they were successful in bringing this in order to create baseline data that we can take action on in the future. As an order of magnitude, the SS4A, which is also the Safe Streets for All, is an opportunity that allows us to evaluate our needs, and then they have a secondary method known as implementation, which we can be looking at. We'll also be looking at long range together with the Engineering and Roads Department on how we can implement some of the recommendations. But none of this will be happening in a vacuum. We will be wholeheartedly dependent upon our stakeholders, either at the NMDOT, at the various MPOs, as well as the RTPO, which we are also a part of in order to bring some of that safety into our community. And all this is data-driven, but I won't steal Mr. Sussman's thunder. I'll go ahead and turn it over to him for the remainder of the presentation. And we'll have about a 20-minute presentation with an opportunity for questions and answers.
Awesome, welcome.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I believe it was about 6 months ago that we gave our most recent update on this project. We've been working pretty feverishly in the meantime. But let me give you a little bit of background about the project. And this is really our opportunity to share the final recommendations and give a sense of where we envision the county going from here. So again, my name is Aaron. I'm Aaron Sussman with Tool Design. I'm based in Albuquerque. Tool Design is a national firm that does this kind of work across the country. We've teamed with Bohan and Houston. Members of the Bohan and Houston team are out in the rotunda, as Mr. Macias mentioned, sharing some of our products and information about this project. This is something that this is a project that's been really important and really sort of special for us, not just because obviously we're consultants, we're getting paid for this, but this is something we care about really deeply. And I hope that that's come through in our work. This is something we really value. Over the 5-year study period for this project from 2018 to 2022, there were 42 people that died in traffic crashes in the study area for Doña Ana County. Another 58 died in Doña Ana County on the interstates or in the city of Las Cruces. So that's obviously supremely tragic and something that needs to be addressed. But what's also important to understand is sort of how disproportionate some of these traffic impacts are on different users. So number one, a significant share of the crashes and fatal and severe crashes are taking place in unincorporated parts of the county. But to give you a sense too, about 1% of crashes in Doña Ana County involve bicyclists and pedestrians, but about 20% of fatal and serious injury crashes involve bicyclists and pedestrians. So there's a real disproportionate impacts on different users. So what I wanted to do really briefly is to talk about what is a safety action plan and then get into the meat of the recommendations in our work. So again, sort of stepping back, this is a roadmap to identify the kind of critical investments, the policies and strategies that based on national best practices are most effective at addressing traffic safety in places like Doña County. And really, again, we're interested in reducing and eliminating the fatal and serious injury crashes. As Mr. Macias mentioned, this is very, very much a data-driven plan, but we also did a significant amount of public engagement last summer to understand where community members feel unsafe driving, walking, and biking around Doña County. And we've also looked at local policies and plans to make sure that we are as consistent as possible with these previous efforts and to align our traffic safety and roadway safety improvement strategies with current and recent Doña County initiatives. So what we've done is to evaluate the conditions and needs through our study area. One thing to, again, be very clear about, we did not look at the interstates. We did not look at the city of Las Cruces. The city of Las Cruces is beginning its own safety action plan, so these efforts can be complementary. But that still leaves the rest of unincorporated Doña County. A lot of local roads, a lot of New Mexico state highways are part of our study area. But again, we didn't look at the interstates because they're limited access facilities and managed by NMDOT. But what we have done is provide recommendations for infrastructure improvements and programs that address safety countywide, both in terms of specific locations for improvements and again, the kind of strategies that we think could be pursued. And then one final point about the sort of purpose and value of the safety action plan is that it's a qualifying plan. By having the safety action plan in place, it allows the county to directly qualify for Safe Street for All implementation grants at a lower local match and to access large amounts of federal funds. So what we've done over the last 8 or 9 months is to convene a stakeholder safety committee. We have one more committee meeting tomorrow. We've conducted multiple phases of community outreach. The second phase is taking place right now, and we've done a significant amount of data analysis. First, by looking at observed crash locations, a predictive crash analysis, which is a really technical approach where we look at the roadway conditions associated with crashes, and not just saying where did crashes take place and being reactive to that, but where are the conditions associated with risky behavior and risky driving, and can we do something proactively about those locations? And then we've identified a number of tangible projects and improvements and investments that we believe that Doña County and NMDOT can take going forward. What we've learned from our work is that there are some common and consistent safety challenges. Many of these may not come as a surprise to all of you, but they're certainly borne out in the data and the feedback that we've received over the last 8 or 9 months. Excessive speeding being really prevalent. A couple things that are kind of interesting to note is that most crashes take place on days without weather. Okay, maybe that's not surprising, right? Weather here is great, but we can't excuse crashes on external conditions, right? These are crashes that are taking place based on normal standard conditions across the county, and that means we've got to do something about it. We observed high rates of run-off-the-road crashes where people are driving recklessly, driving too fast, running off the road and hitting objects, hitting other vehicles. At the same time, though, we're also seeing that a lot of crashes are taking place in dark or unlit conditions. So lighting in strategic locations obviously then becomes a countermeasure to address that. And then as I mentioned earlier, bicyclists and pedestrians are disproportionately likely to be involved in fatal crashes. Obviously, this is a county where many people rely on private vehicles to get around, but not everybody. And people who choose to walk or choose to bike, we have a lot of opportunities for outdoor recreation. I love coming down here and squeezing in a time to go for a hike or go for a run or something like that. And people deserve to be able to do those things safely. It's one of the wonderful things about living here or coming to visit here. So what we've done is we've applied what's called the safe system approach. And I presented this maybe 6 months ago. I'm not going to go in as much detail today, but I just want to talk through really briefly what this is all about. Because this is about creating a culture of safety around shared responsibility and thinking about all the different elements that are needed to create a safe overall system and addressing the safety of all road users. So there's a couple of perhaps a little hokey graphics, but I think they're useful. So we can think of this as like a safety wheel, right? There's sort of 5 components to this: safe road users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads themselves, and post-crash care. Our particular safety action plan focuses primarily on things that are under the direct control of Doña County, and that's in particular safe speeds, safe roads, and safe users. The really common analogy is thinking about this as sort of a Swiss cheese model of redundancy, right? Everybody can picture, individual slices of Swiss cheese that have all these holes in them. You stack them up, though, and all of a sudden, those those sort of openings are less permeable. And, you know, if you have something you're trying to move through space that's got holes in it, you stack these things up and you're less likely to have something pass through. It's the same sort of logic around crashes. If we line up these different strategies one on top of another, we're most likely to come up with something that's going to be effective. And so that's really the approach here, is sort of tackling as many different components of this as possible. So what we're putting forward in our safety action plan are a series of products. And I'm going to walk through each of these today with you really briefly. The thing that I want to highlight, though, is that we've combined both tangible project recommendations and tools for developing future projects and addressing safety systematically over time. So these key products include a priority safety network, a safety countermeasures toolkit, a kind of wonky term, but I'll talk about this in a minute, systemic treatment typologies, priority projects and profiles associated with them, and then a series of enforcement and policy recommendations. So a lot of our work has been organized around this priority safety network. And this is, again, based on our data-driven analysis of where crashes have taken place, our understanding of the locations or situations associated with high risks of crashes. And then we also built in the community input that we received over the summer. We had an interactive map. We collected more than 450 pieces of input. That was part of our determination or designation of corridors for our priority safety network alongside the data-driven considerations. The idea here is that this safety network should be the foundation for project and policy recommendations. It's largely data-driven, and so it's based on what conditions we observe and the issues that have taken place in recent years. And so you see a map on the right part of the screen, a sort of zoomed-in area of Chaparral. We've designated corridors with tiers from medium to critical, and the project profiles, which I'll talk about in a moment, are on those sort of very high and critical priority corridors. I'm pleased to see a number of you leafing through the Safety Countermeasures Toolkit. This is a product that we developed very specifically and very much customized for Doña County. We looked at national best practices and roadway safety, in particular looking at the techniques that are most appropriate for rural and small town conditions, much of which are common across Doña County. And we identified 29 countermeasures across 6 categories. This toolkit provides guidance on which treatments are the most effective in different contexts. They're also linked to some of our other products. And so again, we're trying to sort of create this toolkit in addition to some very specific project recommendations. So these 6 categories include things like intersections and crossings, so locations where infrastructure design and sign and signal improvements can help manage interactions and conflicts among users. Related to corridors and travel lanes, so countermeasures that address the configuration of the roadway and the design of travel lanes. Addressing speed through speed management techniques to reduce excessive speeding. Signs and signals, so the tools that sort of dictate or the information that people receive so that they behave in a more considerate and lawful manner, but that behavior is also sort of a function of the sort of cues that they receive. So that's all really important as well. Visibility, so we can think of this as lighting, but also just sort of making it very clear what is coming up to a motorist. So the roadway features that improve a user's ability to respond to the road design and travel conditions. And then we also looked at things like road surface treatment, so things that can sort of help correct the course of a vehicle that may be running off course, or addressing and accounting for human error and trying to reduce the likelihood that vehicles will lose control and the impacts associated with that. One of our other products is, again, this sort of, we're open, by the way, to a more elegant term than this, but the term that we're using is systemic treatment typologies. And what we mean by this is that when we looked at the conditions across the county, we observed a lot of patterns. A lot of crashes were occurring at places where there are T intersections. So in particular, where 2 highways come together, but one terminates. 4-way stop-controlled intersections. Rural developed areas, so where you have a higher speed roadway passing through a community where you're more likely to have people walking or bicycling, and then curves along rural highways. So there's an awful lot of crashes that fall into these different categories along the highways that we focused on. And so what we've done is we've put together an inventory of treatments by location, and the idea is that there's a real sort of systemic approach that can be taken to address these kinds of crashes. This means that Doña County can address these issues as part of recurring roadway maintenance, but also as part of a dedicated set of projects. And so we're really hopeful that this set of tools will be really useful for all of you, for the Public Works Department, for partner agencies going forward. So just to give you one example of what this looks like, this is an example of a T intersection. If you squint, you can kind of see some signage at the far end of this, at the sort of back end of this picture. It's called a dead end or stop dead end sign assembly. Again, sort of a technical term, but the idea is let's make this as visible as possible for people approaching this intersection, that there's a dead end coming up, because what happens is when people speed, approach this intersection, we have broadside crashes, run off the road crashes, and if we can make the stop signs more visible, sometimes somewhat annoying things like oversized stop signs that feel sort of obtrusive, they're really helpful in terms of attracting people's attention, flashing beacons on top of stop signs as well, more lighting at these kinds of intersections. But again, this is something that's happened in a really consistent pattern across the county, and so there's a consistent set of tools that we can apply to address safety in these areas. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over the other typologies, but I'm happy to take questions on them at the end if you're interested. We've also put together a series of project profiles. I should mention that there's 2 more profiles that are being finalized, but you probably received as part of your materials today, and we have these materials outside in the rotunda as well. A series of profiles that we've developed that go into much more engineering detail about near-term and long-term improvements at these 5 different and soon to be 7 different locations. And the idea is that we've dug into them in more detail. We've looked at the crash data, we've looked at the context, we've identified specific project components for putting together cost estimates. This can be the foundation for specific project recommendations. They're much more than just lines on a map. It's much more engineering detail that we've put into this work. So again, this is part of the set of tools, the specific and tangible project recommendations, along with the tools to build project ideas and improvements out over time. This is an example of one of these project profiles from McCombs Road. This is an interesting one in part because design work has taken place for a side path on the west side of this roadway in Chaparral. I also want to highlight the sort of value and benefits of this road in particular because you see this on the left side of the map at the top of the screen, but there's an existing side path or multi-use trail along Lisa Drive that connects to Chaparral Elementary School and Chaparral Middle School. And so building out a network of trails for places for people to walk and bike and safely access these destinations is very much a safety improvement, but it also is building out a transportation system in a really kind of complete and comprehensive way. These things are overlapping and tied together, and so we can expand on the existing set of facilities and build a sort of safe network for people to access these destinations. Some of the other kind of components are more modest things like restriping and signage, reflective pavement markings. A lot of these things are, again, are more modest or targeted, along with more substantial capital improvements like side paths and shoulders and roundabouts. A major recommendation that we also just need to be very upfront about is that this is going to take a lot of coordination within Doña County, but also between Doña County and partner agencies. About half of the crashes in the study area take place on NMDOT facilities. A number of the corridors on the priority safety network are NMDOT facilities as well. The one thing that we've really emphasized is that Doña County residents very much use these roads and are not thinking about who owns them and do not frankly care. They know that this is a road that they need to utilize and they would like, and it would be wonderful if we can provide collectively safe conditions and opportunities for people to travel along those facilities. So partnership with NMDOT, partnering with the El Paso MPO, which is working on a safety action plan, the city of Las Cruces, which is working on a safety action plan, are all important recommendations. And then obviously coordination among departments within the county. The Community Development Department has led a lot of these multi-use trail projects in communities that I think have been really beneficial in terms of access to schools. Enforcement is obviously under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, and then the roadway improvements are under the jurisdiction of Public Works and the Roads Department. We did meet and have talked with the Sheriff's Department staff and looked at best practices across the US and in New Mexico as well, and so things that can be recommended from an enforcement perspective. Number one is targeting enforcement along the priority safety network. That additional enforcement means more eyes on the street, means people are behaving more conscientiously. Reducing and managing speeds can have a real impact and benefit. Like most communities, resources are constrained, of course, in terms of enforcement. And so it's really easy to say we should do more enforcement. We need to be upfront about the fact that additional resources are needed, both in terms of enforcement officers, but also things like speed monitoring software so the Sheriff's Department can track where speeding is occurring across the county. There's more and more communities that are experimenting or implementing automated speed enforcement. I live in Albuquerque. Automated speed enforcement has been a major topic the last couple of years because the city sort of started this as a pilot program and everybody wants it now, kind of remarkably, because it's the kind of thing that takes, where cameras take pictures of your license plate, you get a ticket in the mail, but if you're not breaking the law, then you do not get targeted. There's no sort of, or you do not get ticketed. There's no sort of concerns about targeting certain communities unequally. And it's very much also sort of seeing benefits in terms of reductions in average speeds along these critical corridors. One other recommendation that we'd like to propose is establishing something of a crash review committee where planners and engineers and sheriff's department deputies get together and try to understand what is happening at these locations with fatal and severe crashes and what can we do specifically to respond. Again, from our perspective, we noticed a lot of patterns across the county. Having that sort of more specific response and targeted response can be really beneficial. We've seen that recently with recent fatal crashes along NM28 and Snow Road, where the county immediately went in and applied some traffic safety countermeasures. That is wonderful. It'd be great if that kind of thing happened on a really recurring basis. Where I want to close out and then open this up for questions is looking over some of our other potential policy and programmatic measures and recommendations. One thing that we would like to establish in the safety action plan is a target for eliminating fatal crashes. New Mexico DOT is using a target 0 by 2050 policy where they're working towards eliminating fatal crashes by the year 2050. A really simple thing that we would recommend would be that Doña County adopt a similar target to be in line with NMDOT, especially given how much coordination is going to be required with NMDOT in order to make that happen. But other potential policies related to the sort of safe roads aspect of the safe system approach would be, frankly, of course, targeting additional funds and resources towards safety improvements through a capital improvement program or directed bond program, that kind of thing. Funding a safety coordinator position to really focus on how our safety or our infrastructure improvements addressing safety issues. A lot of jurisdictions pass Vision Zero and or complete streets resolutions and ordinances to codify the focus on safety, but then also to direct city staff towards those kinds of issues. From a safe speeds standpoint, I mentioned some of the enforcement-related strategies, but expanding traffic calming and speed management programs I think are also really beneficial as well. From a safe road user standpoint, I talked about to some degree, and again, the McCombs Road example in Chaparral is I think a wonderful example of this, but there's a growing network of formal paved trails, but they're not as well connected as they could be. And so thinking about how those all fit together as part of a bikeway and trail master plan seems like a logical extension of the kind of work that we're doing. There are Safe Routes to School programmatic efforts, but expanding them is another sort of policy measure that is in this realm. And I guess the sort of third point is a little bit redundant, but a lot of emphasis and a lot of benefit that we see in terms of, again, addressing the needs of vulnerable users. Safe vehicles is, again, part of the safe system approach that's a little bit more challenging and can only be addressed by a jurisdiction in a kind of targeted manner, but making sure that government vehicles that are purchased into the future have all the advanced safety features. At the very least, signals the commitment from the county towards safety, but also puts more of these sort of safer vehicles on the road. So I know that was a lot of material to cover in hopefully about 20 minutes, but I'm happy to answer questions and very much appreciate your interest and attention and would love feedback in particular on the potential policy measures that we've brought forward today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Commissioners, take it away.
Mr. Chair?
Of course, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was quite enlightening. But I have another kind of question. So in traveling to different parts of different states, because my job requires it, and I come back to Las Cruces, and I think maybe partnering with the city to develop a better way for vehicles to move from one side of the county to the other, because quite frankly, the design within the city and the county is terrible. We don't have enough overpasses, underpasses, enough bridges. What would you suggest regarding that?
Yeah. Well, so those are excellent questions. I mean, this is part of the reason that there's an agency like the Metropolitan Planning Organization, the Mesilla Valley MPO, to coordinate those kinds of efforts. The thing that I would say is that a lot of the safety outcomes that we see in Las Cruces, Doña County, across New Mexico, across the US, are functions of road design. And addressing road design requires trade-offs. And it requires people to drive at more modest speeds in the name of creating safer conditions for everybody. That is a hard thing to do when you have this existing built environment. And so I think a huge part of what we've tried to do with the safety action plan, with our outreach efforts that are taking place right now, with informational materials that are being distributed out in the rotunda, is to help people understand how related these issues are, and that if we're going to address them, it's going to require changes. And so that is, the answer is a hard one, right? Because it requires lots of resources, it requires political will, frankly, because it requires changing infrastructure and things that people are used to, possibly inconveniencing them in order to achieve better outcomes for everybody. That's a tough message, but that's why we do this work.
And Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, I think what you're also asking is in terms of how is the county working in cooperation with the city as we see the growth patterns changing, especially in your district and hyper-specific to probably along I-70 if I were to venture a guess. It's no secret that recently the city was awarded one of their largest infrastructure monies with the Mesa Grande project of about $61 million. The county had been looking similarly about how to address some of those bottlenecking issues at Engler in those new community subdivisions, because that is where we see a big issue happening with the queuing at that light. So I don't think I speak out of school when I know that County Manager Andrews is also meeting frequently with the leadership at the city, and we're looking on ways that we can continue to broaden our relationships and address some of those things. You'll recall that we looked at the Desert Wind Way project. That's something that we still have on our capital outlay program, and we will need to go back and review. That same segment might also bring access to some of those BLM lands where people go and recreate. I myself go out there on my mountain bike, but it also might have an opportunity for connectivity to address those alternate routes and the growth patterns. And I think as we continue to look at this comprehensively, maybe from a community development perspective, we'll also shed light on some of our revisiting of our comprehensive planning efforts, which I think will be part of the discussions that we have at our strategic planning probably later in April. But County Manager Andrews, did you want to add anything to that? Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Macias, you were reading or you had in mind the next three questions, so I appreciate that. I'm done, Mr. Chair. He answered all the questions I had. Thank you.
Wonderful. Commissioners, any follow-ups? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this presentation. Something I noticed, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a lot of the images that you've shown in here for the 6 or 7 sites that we actually have identified where there's a lot of crashes, it appears to me that we can fix a lot of that just with by putting in really inexpensive solutions like better signage, more lights, speed notches in the road to slow people down before they get to the end of the road. I mean, this doesn't look like in the things that you identified, except for the walkway on McCombs, and installing that for and creating a better pathway there. Everything else looks like it can be relatively less expensive than really serious. Am I seeing this correctly?
I think if you look at number 9, it actually mentions stop bars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Members of the commission, you are reading this correctly. That is absolutely right. What we've tried to do is identify lower cost, high impact measures in as many places as possible. It still will require concerted efforts and costs to implement them. In the profiles, we identify both short-term and longer-term improvements. Those longer-term improvements are the kinds of things that require more engineering analysis, higher levels of funding. There are a number of locations where we think things like roundabouts and sort of more substantive changes to the roadway are certainly warranted and would be really beneficial, but there are many, many, many types of countermeasures and interventions that would be lower cost, correct?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, also I noticed that the number of crashes, it looks total crashes and fatal injuries and stuff, doesn't look that severe in most of the intersections that you identified. Does that mean that we have other areas where there are more crashes, or did you guys look at all of them?
We looked comprehensively at the crashes across the state, or across the county. In many cases, the traffic volumes aren't that high in relative terms, and so the frequency of crashes is disproportionately high. That's also why we look at 5 years worth of data. but again, there were something like 4,300 crashes in the Doña County Safety Action Plan study area, 42 of which were fatal. Again, these are pretty high numbers. And so, but part of what we're trying to assert is that there isn't a right number other than zero, right? So,
Exactly.
but if there are recurring crashes or the conditions associated with high rates of crashes and high rates of severe crashes, that's very much something that we want to encourage you all to address. Yeah.
I did notice a couple of intersections had a lot of activity and crashes, where then you look at like McCombs as an example down in Chaparral, there's a lot of crashes along the road, but they're not concentrated in one intersection like some of the others are. So, yeah, I think it's really, really good data and a really good presentation, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. I really do appreciate it. And these profiles, corridor overview and some general corridor improvements are awesome. And I am so glad that you really did focus on Highway 28 on a lot of this. I personally believe that Highway 28 is one of the scariest roads to walk on, bike on, drive down, probably in our entire county. I live off of 28. I refuse to let my kids go around Highway 28. It's a scary issue. And just seeing that it not only took up 1 page of suggestions, but 2 pages of suggestions kind of just hits home on, there's a lot we need to do. And granted, this is from Snow Road kind of to Afton Road, which is a large portion of 28, but it's not even a quarter of Highway 28. It's Highway 28 it's a biker's paradise, if you will, a bicyclist or a motorcyclist paradise. They love it. It's their favorite thing to do in the world. So I'm really excited to see this. I think every single commissioner here is going to highlight the areas that are in their district and really drive it home. And really kind of start looking at that. I know that I took a picture of the Mesquite Drive one and sent it to a couple constituents that really kind of highlight that on a regular basis to me. So I'm excited for this. I really am. And I am so grateful that you were able to provide this in a way that I can digest. And if I can digest it, that means that my constituents can digest it. So I'm very excited about that. But I just wanted to say thank you. And I'm hoping that we as a county can really focus in on this and make sure that these improvements come to be. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One of the things that I was looking at, and I think while I know you noted, and Highway 28 is one, and I think it's going to be, I think for us when we implement this, we're, as you mentioned, having to work with NMDOT. I think it's going to be a challenge because it's always been. They don't report to us. They, as much as we love to partner with them, we don't always get the response we love because they're stuck in bureaucracy, or that's their excuse they run into all the time. But I noticed that every one of these portions had one or no fatalities to bicyclists or pedestrians. And so I was curious if, when you were identifying the areas or sections that you were analyzing, how did you weigh that? Like, is it just total number of crashes that you were looking at, but versus severity? Or I was just wondering what kind of rubric you used to identify to look at.
Yeah, so we put together, the Priority Safety Network is actually the product of a lot of intermediate technical assessments. We put together a high injury network that includes mode-specific analysis. Those products will be included as appendices to the plan. We put together a high-risk network, which is based on sort of predictive analysis that I talked about a little bit, and again, mode-specific. So the Priority Safety Network is a composite of those things. Again, in addition to the community input that we received. But the tools are there to look into really specifically locations of severe and fatal pedestrian and bicyclist-involved crashes.
Thank you. And I think part of it is because of I want to say it was at the end of last year that we got through the Mesilla Valley MPO, we got a presentation that identified all the fatalities that happened within the MPO's jurisdiction. I know a majority of them were in the city of Las Cruces, but the common theme is exactly kind of that you've highlighted here, is that there were a significant number of either motorcycle, bicyclists, or pedestrians involved in many of these. So I just wanted to try to see how we make sure we're doing that. I guess my next question will be to Mr. Andrews and our staff. I think as we look through this, understanding that some of these we're going to require an MDOT. But I think as Commissioner Reynolds had noted, whether it's like stop bars and some of these other recommendations that we can implement probably very quickly, what is our plan to take this data and do we have a plan to implement at least what we can now, and also maybe coordinate with our the deputy secretary that runs highway operations for NMDOT, who I know this was very close and dear to his heart. I just want to know what our next steps are going to be.
So no small feat, but Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, here's what next steps look like at a global level, because we don't operate in a vacuum. And as I mentioned, we have basically those 3 MPO type of organizations that we coordinate with. And so one of the things that I'd like to share is that as of late last year, probably around the holidays, the NMDOT recognized that there was a need for enhanced collaboration, and that sometimes, although we were all working in the general purpose of trying to bring safety to our community, that our projects were not always vetted cross-functionally across, and maybe at the federal, state, and even at our hyper-local level. So those are one of the things that they have brought together actual meetings. Myself, the engineering staff have been invited, as well as County Manager Andrews, and so we take turns attending those meetings in order to bring some of those, the information, but also see how we can reconcile some of our contradictions that sometimes happen with some of our approaches. And so that will be one of the primary places for us to share the information. Aaron and his team have also had them as stakeholders that they engage with copiously, and they will be releasing the outcomes of this for them to integrate along some of their corridors as well. One of the things that you may have seen also occurred is that the former county engineer had already coordinated with the chair and the constituents that had concerns along Highway 28 and some of those segments to bring some of those low-cost, high-impact. In that case, I think one of the things that they did is, I'm not sure if we did rumble strips per se, but I do recall seeing flashing octagonal stop signs, as well as those same being implemented in Chaparral. And so we are actively doing that in coordination with our contractors and our engineers. It even starts with the basic phone call pickup with our engineering staff, where they're hearing that sometimes some of these stop signs have fallen or they've been vandalized, and we can try to see about addressing in these hotspots, bringing some of those low-cost, high-impact. I think going forward, we'll also be looking to see how we can continue to make sure that we hold fast to this plan. So some of the next steps will actually be posting this so that the community can actually view it themselves on the ongoing website. I think currently Aaron and his team does us the favor of hosting, but we'll take that on our own page and be able to take ownership of it. And then we'll be sure that we integrate this as part of our strategic planning or vital conditions to see the overlap. And for those of you that have already had your meeting with our strategic planning group, you know that you'll be adopting some of the vital conditions as commissioners. So we'll lean on you to help us be accountable to say, wait a second, are we holding fast to the investment that we made with this? And I think lastly, just hyper-specific to today, just to round us out, the team at Tool Design as well as Bohannon will be in the Rotunda from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. They're going to take a little bit of a break, and then they'll come back from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So if there are any community members out that would like to come back and visit, I say we have somebody in high visibility gear today. I'm sure we're going to get some feedback from them, which we open and we're open to and happy to get. But people that want to come down and share with that in person can also do it. And then they'll have an opportunity tomorrow at the new NMSU Corbett Center at 1600 International Mall in Lobby 1 from 12 to 2 p.m. to also come back and give us some feedback. So we're all ears, and I'm sure we want to put all the planners to good work.
If the only ask that I have in that is great news, and thank you for being present, you and your staff. If we can really kind of highlight that on our social media so people know. I personally haven't seen anything gone out, so if we can just make sure we're highlighting that, maybe sending out a reminder today saying this is here today and an NMSU tomorrow. So
Yes, Chair. I know we did push out the press release in conjunction prior, and we did provide customized invites. And I'm almost certain the PIO's office is hearing and will take action to spread the word as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I did want to say, I did get the email that was pushed out, so I did see that, so I was able to try to forward that to a couple of residents that had questions, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I think if we can highlight it, as the chairman has said, that way people can participate and continue to find ways to participate. I just have two comments, if we can. Number one, I think, or the first comment would be, I think there was a comment here about the bikeway and trail master plan. I'd love for us to develop something like that, because I think as we look at, I think as the chairman noted, that I know just on, no, without, I know not to forget about Chaparral, but because there's some amazing trails in the new monument in El Paso County, which is right in their neighborhood. But looking here, we look at Highway 28, I look at Highway 185 or Valley. I know these are high corridors for bicyclists, and so I'm trying to figure out, maybe this is something we coordinate with NMDOT, working along with the county and with our bicycling community to identify what are some of these areas where we can try to target first. Like you did in talking about wider roadways on Highway 28. Maybe we do that, like say on Highway 185, where we're close to schools or things like that, to where we can prioritize with NMDOT. But I'd love to see how we can work on that bikeway and trail master plan, so that way we can identify corridors, work on making sure we can work on bicycle and pedestrian safety, and then communicate it out. And then the second comment is, once we do this, I would love for us to develop what's the next set of intersections or areas in the county we can do, because I think this is amazing to say these intersections will have the most accidents. And I love like from the simple low cost opportunities to try to minimize these controls and countermeasures we can put in place to the bigger ones. But I would love for us to then start having a more methodical approach to being able to start saying, okay, these were our top ones. Okay, come back, I don't know, next year or every other year. What are our next ones? What are our current hotspots? And try to start attacking those. But I love the presentation. I love the suggestions. Thank you so much, because I think it gives us some real tangible opportunities for us to improve safety across the county.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Sanchez. I think the last thing I would say to address that specifically is, it's almost like you were in the room when we were just talking with our grant support staff, our contractors, I should say, last week. And there are emerging opportunities, including the implementation grant of Safe Streets for All, that we are actively looking at, and we'll take the data here to see how we bring that implementation opportunity, because that's one of the things that the federal grant opportunities love to see, is that we actually not only do the design, but we also implement. That's something that you saw when we worked together on the industrial grade separation in the Santa Teresa area, where we actually did the design work for about $1 million. And then we came back and we asked the same organization to see if they would be willing to fund the metric of the $40 million bridge that you all took action on at the last meeting. So we do. We try to build upon it, and we will continue to do that as part of our strategic initiatives. I also am hearing you say in terms of how we need to be addressing the growing network of our trails. And some of them will be along those major corridors, either through buffered bike lanes, which just means that either there's a visual or a physical manifestation to be able to bring some level of safety, as well as to capitalize upon some of those trails and pedestrian roadways that are away from those major corridors, which also bring a level of connectivity within our communities that you see mostly also in the Doña Village area as well. I think it's also ironic that sometimes I like to walk myself or bicycle, because you can go faster when you're not having to deal with traffic lights and stop signs and what have you. And so we'll be trying to highlight those options in conjunction with the way that we're looking at those trails and that network that's not always focused, but it's growing. Aaron, did you want to add anything? Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Commission? Seeing none, it looks like we're good to go. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We'll make sure to get you some good conversations in the rotunda here in a little.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Money.
Okay, wonderful. Moving on, we do have a Film Las Cruces presentation for their fiscal year 24 annual report.
Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. I feel like I'm warming up the podium now. You'll remember at the last meeting, we took action on renewing the contract for Film Las Cruces. They were not able to join us in person, but we do have Mr. Andrew from Film Las Cruces. He'll be going through the presentation. He's assured me a 10-minute or less presentation and then an opportunity for questions. Andrew, we'll take it away, and just remember to say next slide when you're ready for our team to advance the presentation.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Andrews. I'm Andrew Hara. I am the film liaison here at Film Las Cruces. And thank you. Last week I got that stomach flu, so I was unable to attend the last meeting. So thank you for accommodating me. So let's get into the presentation. We'll go to the first slide, which is the Board of Directors. So Film Las Cruces is the film office here in Las Cruces and Doña County. We handle the permits. We help outreach to film productions to try to get them to come here. And then once they're here, we help them with permits. We help them try to hire as much local crew, local vendors as we possibly can. We also help them with locations. All this stuff we'll get into as we go along, but just to give you a general overview of what we have. The Board of Directors is made up of State Senator Jeff Steinborn, who is our president, Pepper Gallegos, who's our vice president, Christopher Stanley, who's our treasurer, Denise LaFranz Onjaga, who's our secretary. And then the rest of the board is made up of Matt Burns, Stephen Osborne, Mark Vasconcelos, Dave Witt, Mitch Fuller, Linwood Spinks, Natalie Strander, Marilyn Brindis, Christina Ballo, and Jerry Prozaka. All of these members are either part of the community related to film or in the industry themselves. For example, Pepper Gallegos is a makeup artist here in town. Our staff, next slide, please, excuse me. Our staff is made up of Elijah Villapando, who's our associate film liaison, me, who's our film liaison, and then Erica Mosier, who's our operations coordinator. Next slide. So now we're going to kind of break down a little bit of our promotion and marketing. We'll go through our marketing plan, of course. We'll talk about film liaison and how we kind of use that. We'll do market and promoting, film permitting, prospect missions, and then scouting locations. If there's anything that you guys want clarified or anything during, I'll also ask questions afterwards as well. So our marketing plan, consists of, next slide, sorry. Our marketing consists of location marketing and scouting, marketing promotions, social media, and our website, and then of course maintaining our film office and staff. And then, of course, for the third year in a row, we have been named as one of the best places to live and work as a movie maker in 2025. This is our third year. We're number 8 in the small towns. And then, of course, Albuquerque was number 1 in big towns, and Santa Fe was number 1 in small towns. But hopefully we can kind of start moving our way and get closer to Santa Fe. Next slide. So location marketing, one of the first things after we make our initial contact with the production is we either try to get the script and do a location package just so that they can see that what we have here in town. There's a lot of the productions we talked to are either in Albuquerque or they're in LA. We had one last year from Germany. So they're gonna not really know what's here in town. So we make what's called a location package to send it to them so that they can see their locations that they're looking for are in town. Last year we had 49, which was a lot. And then we do the same thing with our crew and vendor information. It's the same thing. Once they get into town, a lot of the productions, they want to hire crew as much as possible. And so we try to send them that information. This way they have our database, which includes a lot of the filmmakers in town, and the same thing with the vendor information. And before we do that, we also talk to the vendors, make sure they understand, because working in film isn't exactly like any other. A lot of times you have to, especially those at the county, when they've rented it, it could start in midnight, it could end at midnight. Film is 24/7. So we just let the vendors know, like, this is what's kind of that they're going to be wanting to expect from you, this way that they're not caught off guard with that. And then in-person location scouts, that's after we talk to the production, we've sent them the location package, they like what they see, then we arrange for them to kind of see those places in person it's a big difference, especially with their main team. They'll want to see those places in person just to make sure it works or make sure it's what they're really looking for. And this would be the last step before we let them. Then they'll hire a location manager to actually go through securing the locations. We just show them what we have. Next slide, please. So these are this is a picture of our location database. We're constantly adding to it. Right now we have over 1,000 locations, and it's just talking to owners, making sure that they're aware at the same time. We've created some flyers so that they know. Again, people aren't used to renting out their house or renting out their business for a film, so we just want to make sure they're aware. This is a picture of myself and Eli this is when we were scouting for the Tyler Perry that shot last January. One of the funny things about Tyler Perry is that they called us on December 20th. They came to scout on the 22nd of December, and they were shooting by January 3rd. So sometimes it happens that quickly. Tyler Perry, of course, has the budget to do that. But, you know, we always want to make sure that we're ready. One of the things that we want to make sure is when we send those location packages, we send them out within a day or two. This way, you know, we don't ever want these productions waiting on us. Next slide, please. So here are some of our marketing promotions. We do it in a couple of different ways. That first one that says Film Las Cruces, that was, we included it in the Movie Maker magazine. We took out an ad so that when we were in the top places to live and work as a filmmaker, they also could see our ad, which gave them a little bit more information. We also worked with the state who did their own ad as well. So they were lucky enough to see Las Cruces 3 times in a row in that magazine, which was great. The second one is one that we sent specifically to Texas production companies, kind of letting them know, we know that in talking with Texas production companies, you know, even though they're right next door, you'd think they'd know about our incentive and everything, but sometimes they don't. So we just wanted to cater this one specifically to them. Sometimes we'll do that. Like we just made one that was about haunted houses that we sent specifically to reality show executives because, you know, they have those ghost hunting shows. So we wanted to let them know, hey, we have those areas for you. The third one is that we got in contact with the Producers Guild, which is kind of the union of producers. They have a monthly magazine. So we reached out to them and got them to do an entire article or entire magazine just about New Mexico filmmaking, which of course that goes specifically to producers, and producers are the ones who make all of those decisions. So that was a great thing to be featured in. It's called Produced By, and it was very successful. Next slide. And so now we have our social media and website. Of course, we have redone our website. It's a lot more user-friendly. That's also where you can find our location list, our vendor database, and our crew database. We also have a talent database. This year, we've added such things as a crew call and a casting call. Most of the time, productions would rather keep those two a little bit more private and just reach out to the databases themselves. But every once in a while, they'll want to do an open crew call or open casting call. So we've given them that option as well to do that. And then we also have our social media. We're active on TikTok, Facebook and Instagram. It's one of the best ways, especially talking to the local community. It's very engaging. They're always, the people are always willing to hear. And that's also where we'll put our casting calls, our vendor calls and our crew calls. And it's very receptive. We also have what's called a casting blast, where we send out casting calls to individuals who have signed up, kind of like a newsletter, but specifically for casting calls. The community at large has been very helpful and very interactive and very receptive to filmmaking so far. Next slide, please. And so we are an AFCI office. AFCI is the Association of Film Commissioners International. It lets us get into their resources and kind of helps us out. One of the events that I'll talk about a little bit later was an AFCI event, but it's just a good way. It lets productions know that we are following their guidelines. It also helps us with reporting. They kind of are able to break down the best way to report, and so that's helpful as well. We're there again. Next slide, please. So these are our film permits. On the left side, you can see our website which has the button that you click to start the permit. We have on our website, you can see there's 3 distinct ones. We have Las Cruces, Doña County, and Sunland Park. So when they click on the Sunland Park button, on the Doña County button, it tells specifically how to do it on Doña County. We also help them, of course, but it's pretty comprehensive if they want to read it. Most of the time productions don't want to read it, so we kind of help them along, but it's all there for them. And on the other side, you can see an example of a permit. This was from Tyler Perry's movie. It's When He Had It, and it's just kind of letting the public or the authorities and everyone know that there is filming. I think on this one, there was like a huge chase. So of course people had to know about it so they didn't get confused. But that's an example of that. Next slide, please. And so our baseline 2 permits is 15. Last year we had 44. So very successful. It's kind of up in the air. Like we just had a production. They had about 15 permits that they needed because they were in cities all over and roads and everything. They were using every part of it. They even rented one of the buildings in the county. But then we have another production that's about to start right now, and I think they're going to need 1 permit. It just really depends on what the production needs, but we try to help them out as much as possible. And last year we did a good amount. I think this year we'll have about as much because we have big productions with a lot of roads. Next slide, please. So this is our prospect mission, just kind of going out to different events to try to get people to come to us. One of the first ones we tried was the Santa Fe Film Festival up in Santa Fe, just meeting with filmmakers, talking with the state office. It's always good because they're up there. And just kind of letting them know. On the other side, you see this kind of postcard. That's what we were giving them. It was an easy way to let people know what we have, give them a kind of taste of our locations just so they kind of get that feeling. Then we went to the AFCI week and the LGMI Awards. AFCI, as I was saying, was the Commission of Film Liaisons. And that was, we got together, we met with different production companies, different studios. We toured Amazon and we toured Disney just to talk to people. We are also meeting with a lot of different film commissioners and film liaisons just so we can kind of trade notes. It was very helpful. We ended up getting a meeting out of a couple of big production companies. Disney was one of them. Another one was Blumhouse, which does a lot of the horror films like Get Out. And so it was very successful. And then I was also able, because it was in Los Angeles, to set a couple more meetings with productions. So those are always very helpful. And then, of course, we help out with the Las Cruces Film Festival. Last year, we started what was called a filmmaker mixer, where we met with with some of the filmmakers coming in that were already in town for the festival, and we took them around to different parts of the city just to show them some infrastructure, show them some of the great locations we have, and get them familiar. When you're at a film festival, you're not really ready to make your next film, but we wanted to start building that relationship so that they knew that we were here whenever they were ready. Next slide, please. And so now we're going to kind of talk a little bit about the community and workforce development that we do here, which makes up, of course, our databases, and then, of course, our recruiting, mentor local students, and our workshops. Next slide, please. So here are our databases. It's broken up into 3 different ones. We include crew and talent in the same one just because talent is still technically part of the crew. And talent would be extras and everything like that. So for our locations, as you can see, we've been building every year. Every time we have a production, we get a couple more locations, but even in our off time, we're trying to build the same thing. Same thing with vendors. It's just going out and once they show interest, explaining what it is that entails it. And then you never know, like we just got contacted by someone who does self-defense, and they were asking how they could get involved. And we were able to get them in the production that was here in town, which was an action film. And they ended up hiring them as a consultant to kind of show the actors like how to actually look like they're in the military or they were supposed to be kind of guard guys, so how they could look like soldiers. But that's just one way. One of the things we try to tell a lot of the vendors when we talk to them is you never know. It's not just, cameras and makeup and stuff that you think of when you think of film. It's also lumber, it's consulting. There's so many different ways that industries can break into the film industry, and it's just a great way to kind of do a little bit more. And then, of course, the same thing for our crew. We had 574. It's supposed to be 732, not 7,000. I wish we'll get there, but it's 732. But even then, we're constantly building. Next slide, please. And so our local film force, there's a couple of different ways that we reach out with that. We have our internships, which we do with LCPS. We do it with CMI, which is the State University and MSU, CMT, which is DACC, and then the FTTP, which is our federal one. We work with SkillBridge, where we help we help soldiers that are about to transition out of their military life and kind of help them with film. One of the great things is that we're able to try to get them on set because they're old enough. So we just had those two. We have two interns now from the SkillBridge program. We're able to get them on the film that was here just to kind of help them out and gain that experience. We also do workshops and trainings. One of the big ones is our screenwriting workshop, which we have every other week. It's at our office. And it's just a bunch of filmmakers come together with someone who has already made a couple of films. And they just talk about screenwriting, how to do it. They workshop through it. It's great. We also have our WRAP, which is our monthly filmmaker hangout, where local filmmakers are able to show their work, short films, music videos, whatever they have. And then we kind of try to make it feel like a festival. This way, when they get into festivals, we're also able to help them. So they kind of have that experience in a safer environment than being out in a city they've never heard of and going through that for the first time. We also work with IATSE to have some workshops, and then we'll try to get some workshops on our own just to see how much. We're always trying to make sure that our crew is ready to go and they're learning as much as they possibly can. Next slide, please. Okay, and then we're going to talk about education and outreach, which is our website and database, our social media site, and our vendor program. Next slide, please. So on our social media, like I said, it's very receptive. There's a lot of feedback. We get 101 for last year. People reach. We had 117 posts. And then our webpage gets 79,000. We do try to send productions to our website just to kind of get familiar. We want them to know, because we do make it as comprehensive as possible so that people can understand what's going on. And then we try to keep the updates and everything so that when you look at it, it always looks very vibrant. Next slide, please. And then, of course, our economic impact. So for last year, under production days, we had 191. For our local spend, we had $6,831,600,556, which is pretty good. And then for worker days, we had 5,694 worker days. And these are numbers that we work with IATSE to kind of, or not with AFCI to kind of figure out those numbers. Next slide, please. And this is our dashboard that's just kind of, it's a visual representation. As you can see, we had a very successful year last year. We had, and it just depends as far as production days. Like we had two movies where we had Tyler Perry's movie, and they were here for 5 days in and out. But they had a budget just for here of about $3 million. So they were able to spend that money in a long amount of time, or in that short amount of time. But then we had another movie called I'll Be Gone in June that they shot for about 6 months, but they had a budget of about a little bit under $1 million. So even though they were here longer, they didn't spend as much. But the good thing about that is they hired a lot more local crew, and so they were able to really train a lot of the crew that was involved with it. But yes, next slide, please. And that was my presentation. Before I open the floor for questions, I do want to say, I really want to give a shout out to Denise Carter and Miss C. Dawn, who work at the county. They're very helpful with us. We rely on them more than we know, and they've been very, very helpful. So I just want to give them a shout out. And now I'll open up the floor to any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you for that presentation today. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Yeah, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chair. I do have a comment. If on slide number 19, I noticed that you actually showed the economic development, which I think is pretty impressive. For our investment of roughly $95,000 a year, we're actually getting return here from last year of over 350,000 or something, roughly that number. So we're supporting them with a $95,000 incentive each year, and our returns 3 times that, at least. So thank you very much for showing those numbers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any other commissioner comment? No? Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us today. It was a great presentation. Glad to know how we're impacting our wonderful community in the film industry. So thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much and have a great day.
You as well, thank you. Okay, moving on, we do have the minutes and a few minutes, to be honest with you. We do have regular meeting minutes from January 14th, January 28th, and the meeting minutes from our work session, February 4th. Commissioners, I would recommend that maybe we make a motion to approve all minutes unless you have a comment, question, concern, or correction.
I will second that motion.
That was a suggestion, not a motion, but I can definitely make the motion to accept all 3 meeting minutes. And then we'll take his as a second. Any comments or questions, commissioners? Public comment? Seeing none. Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo? I apologize, Vice Chair Chaparro?
I'm going to abstain on this. I wasn't present for the entire meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Okay. Motion passes. Meeting minutes are confirmed. Moving on to approvals, we do have one item under approval today, which is item number 10, which is to approve the increase of the Doña County contract number 24087, which is between Bohan, Houston, and Doña County, which we're moving it from $75,000 up to $3,000 on a task order basis. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I'll second that.
Mr. Chair, point of order. You said the contract he's ready to be in 75,000 to 300,000 is 3 million.
3 million, sorry. Mumbling of words. Okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Robert Ardeta, Director, Facilities and Services. The item before you is a contract from Bohannon, Houston that we are asking to increase. We did bring it to you before, and it was delayed, and we are here to clarify some information. With that, I will turn it over to the purchasing manager, Michael Perez, to fill in on some of the details.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commission. As a follow-up from the previous meeting, yes, we're here to increase the contract from $72,000 to $3 million. We are looking to ratify $802,538.59 in task orders that have already been executed for projects. And we are looking for approval for $1,100,002 for design for CIF projects. If there's any questions.
Is there any questions from the commission today? Oh, the executive summary must have been stellar because now there's no questions, so.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I'll just make the comment. I think my concern was addressed, I think, particularly in the executive summary where it's going to be a 1-year agreement and then with multiple years of reapproval. So I know that was my concern for the last time, so I appreciate that being addressed.
Yes, sir. I would like to, I don't know if I could make this a motion to clarify the title. The motion would be to increase the contract to $3 million and delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents.
We cannot do that because that was not a part of the original motion, unfortunately. So the motion still states that increasing the contract to $3 million on a task order basis is where we're at. But if we look at the executive, so basically if it's anything over this, the signature authority of the county manager, it would have to come before this board is the way that it would currently be handled.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
Can't we actually amend this item, even though the title, can't we amend the title as well?
We could amend the motion, but I'm not sure we can amend the motion to include giving signature authority since it wasn't properly noticed to the public.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, yes, we can, because this item is on the agenda, but we're just amending the original, I guess, the contract as is. So it is part of the agenda, but I think we're just amending it as requested.
Mr. Commissioner Sanchez and Mr. Chair, we might ask our attorney if it's okay. He has to get his opinion.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, the motion right now is to amend the contract and increase the amount up to $3 million. And certainly there's room to, or the authority, if the board so chooses, to, if there's a motion on the floor and seconded, to amend the motion to also allow signature authority to the, or delegate signature authority to the county manager. That's certainly within the board's discretion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So if you're wanting a motion to amend, we can definitely entertain that at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the original motion to approve an increase of Doña County contract number 24-087 between Bohannon and Houston and Doña County from $75,000 up to $3 million on a task order basis, and also allow the county manager authority to sign all documents.
I'll second the motion for amendment.
Okay. Any conversations or questions, commissioners? So Brandy, oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask Mr. Andrews, is that okay with you? Or, I mean, just wanted to make sure before we delegate the
I
authority.
appreciate that. No problem, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just like, whenever it is increased, if an email could be sent to the commission so that we're aware of what's happening, I'd be really happy with that. Thank you.
Yes, and I do believe that these any contracts like this would also be in that monthly report we've been given on what has been signed. So this would definitely be included in that. So we should be stellar on that one. Any other? Okay, Brandy, if you can, oh, Manny?
No.
Oh, Brandy, if you can please roll call us on the amendment, and then we will revisit the motion as is.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Saljo Hernandez?
Yes. Okay, the motion has been amended. Now we can look at the motion now that would give signature authority to the county manager. Is there any further conversations or discussion on that?
Point of order.
Yes.
The motion we just voted on was the motion that was amended to add the signature. So now we're actually, we should be having a vote on the motion, the original motion as amended.
That's what we're doing. That's what I just said, sir. We already voted on the amendment. Now we're voting on the motion as amended. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Saljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair, thank you so much.
Good job,
Commissioner.
gentlemen. A lot faster than last time. I appreciate you very, very much on working on this and getting us all the relevant information quickly. I appreciate it. Okay, with that being said, we have follow-up commission input. Any commissioners that have any follow-up input? Seeing none. Brandy, correspondence.
We have one, Anthony Ortiz versus Doña County.
Thank you, ma'am. And with that being said, the time is 11:50, and we do have a closed session on our agenda today. So I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 1015H2, NMSA 1978. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. We are in closed session at 11:51. You ready? Okay. William, you ready? Yeah, cool. The time is 12:57, and let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the item stated that put us into closed session. And it is 12:57, and we are concluded with this meeting today. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great one. I want a cool sign off.